Journal entry number 985, 15th of October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record what may seem, to the casual observer, the most inconsequential of adventures. A simple afternoon stroll through the streets of London with my friend Sherlock Holmes. Yet, it was precisely in this seeming ordinariness that I discovered something extraordinary. A case where a missing treasure worth mere shillings would reveal more about Holmes's peculiar genius than a dozen crown jewels ever could, and where I would witness my companion perform what I can only describe as a symphony of observation, finding profound mystery in the everyday movements of common folk going about their humble business. The day began, as so many of our memorable days together have begun, with Holmes in one of his restless moods. It was late October, and autumn had settled over London with that particular golden quality of light that seems to exist only in England, and only for a few precious weeks each year. The leaves in Regent's Park would be turning, I knew, to shades of amber and rust, and there was that peculiar crispness in the air that makes a man grateful for a warm fire and the companionship of old friends. I had spent the morning attending to my practice, visiting patients in their homes, a young mother with influenza, an elderly gentleman whose arthritis was troubling him more severely with the changing weather, a merchant's wife whose nervous complaints, I suspected, had more to do with an unhappy domestic situation than any physical malady. It is curious how often, in my medical work, I find myself treating not merely the body, but the complicated entanglements of the human heart and mind. Holmes has often teased me about this tendency of mine to philosophize about my patients, but I maintain that a good physician must consider the whole person, not merely the presenting symptoms. When I returned to Baker Street that afternoon, I found Holmes standing by the window of our sitting room, his long fingers pressed together in that characteristic attitude of concentration, his keen grey eyes fixed upon the street below, with an intensity that might have suggested he was observing some momentous event. Knowing my friend as I do, however, I was well aware that he might equally be watching a sparrow build its nest, or deducing the life history of a passing cab driver from the state of his boots. "Ah, Watson," he said, without turning from the window, "your morning rounds have tired you." Mrs. Henderson's complaints proved as imaginary as usual, but the young mother in Marylebone, now there, you found genuine cause for concern. I had long since ceased to be surprised by Holmes's uncanny ability to deduce my activities, though I confess I still found it remarkable. I settled into my chair and began to fill my pipe, deciding not to give him the satisfaction of asking how he knew. He turned from the window, with that slight smile that indicated he was pleased with his own cleverness. "You have a smudge of coal dust on your left sleeve, just where you would have steadied yourself while examining a patient in a cramped attic room. The Marylebone addresses are notorious for their steep, narrow stairs, and you've been frowning ever since you entered, that particular medical frown that indicates genuine worry rather than mere professional concern. Mrs. Henderson, as we both know, has been manufacturing ailments for your attention these past 6 months. She would not cause that expression. But a young mother with influenza, particularly at this time of year when the disease can turn serious so quickly, yes, that would trouble you." "You're quite right, as usual," I admitted, lighting my pipe. "I've left instructions for her to be watched carefully. If the fever hasn't broken by tomorrow, I shall call again." Holmes nodded absently, already turning back to the window. It was then that I noticed a certain quality in his posture, a tension that I had learned to recognize over our years of association. My friend was in one of his peculiar states, not the black melancholy that sometimes overtook him when he lacked a case of sufficient interest, nor the fierce concentration that possessed him when engaged in active investigation, but something else. He was, I realized, restless in a different way. It was as if his remarkable mind was seeking something, though what that something was, I could not have said. "Holmes," I ventured after a few moments of silence, "is something troubling you?" He was quiet for a moment, still gazing out at Baker Street. The afternoon sun was slanting through the window, illuminating the tobacco smoke that hung in lazy spirals in the air, and I could see the dust motes dancing in the golden light. Outside, I could hear the usual symphony of London, the clip-clop of horses' hooves, the call of a street vendor, the distant rumble of an omnibus, the laughter of children playing somewhere nearby. "Tell me, Watson," Holmes said at last, turning to face me with an expression I could not quite read. "When was the last time we took a walk with no particular destination in mind? No client to visit, no crime scene to examine, no investigation demanding our attention. Simply a walk for its own sake." The question surprised me. In all our years together, I couldn't recall Holmes ever suggesting such a thing. He was, by nature, a man of purpose, driven by the need to exercise his extraordinary faculties. Idleness was anathema to him. And yet, there was something in his tone, not quite wistfulness, but perhaps a certain curiosity about the ordinary world that his focus on the extraordinary had caused him to overlook. "I cannot recall such an occasion," I admitted. "We are always hurrying somewhere, are we not? Always in pursuit of some mystery or other." "Precisely," Holmes said. And now there was definitely a gleam of interest in his eyes. "And yet, Watson, consider this. I have spent years training myself to observe the significant trifles, as I call them. I can tell you the history of a man from the mud on his boots, deduce his profession from the calluses on his hands, determine his state of mind from the way he carries his umbrella. But I wonder, have I become so focused on the criminal, the suspicious, the abnormal, that I have forgotten to observe the normal? The everyday pageant of humanity going about its lawful business. I confess I was intrigued by this unusual line of thought. "What are you proposing?" "A simple experiment, my dear fellow. Let us take a walk, a purely recreational stroll through the streets of London. We shall observe what we observe, with no expectation of crime or mystery. We shall be, for once, ordinary gentlemen enjoying an autumn afternoon. What do you say?" Looking back now, from the vantage point of this evening's fireside, I can see that Holmes was already in the grip of one of his curious moods, those times when his singular mind needed not rest, precisely, but a different kind of engagement. He was like a finely tuned instrument that required occasional playing of scales and exercises, lest it lose its edge. What better exercise for a master of observation than to observe without the pressure of solving a crime? "I think it sounds splendid," I said, rising from my chair. "The fresh air will do us both good. And I confess, I am curious to see London through your eyes when you are not searching for villains." Holmes smiled, a genuine smile of pleasure that I did not see on his ascetic features as often as I might have wished. "Excellent. Let us inform Mrs. Hudson that we shall return for supper. I have a fancy to see where our feet take us. Within minutes we had collected our coats, hats, and walking sticks, and were descending the familiar 17 steps to the front door of 221B Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson appeared from her domain below stairs, wiping her hands on her apron, and Holmes informed her of our plans with that courteous formality he always displayed toward our long-suffering landlady. "Will you be wanting supper at the usual time, Mr. Holmes?" she asked. "If you would be so kind, Mrs. Hudson, we shall not be late. We are merely taking the air." She nodded, though I caught a flicker of surprise in her expression. Mrs. Hudson, who had managed our household for years, knew well enough that Holmes rarely did anything merely. But she was far too discreet to comment, and simply wished us a pleasant afternoon. As we stepped out onto Baker Street, I was struck immediately by the quality of the light. It was that magical hour when the autumn sun, lowering toward the western horizon, seems to gild everything it touches. The brick facades of the buildings glowed warm and red. The windows of shops caught the light and sparkled like jewels, and even the cobblestones seemed to shimmer with a bronzed luminescence. There had been rain. Earlier in the day, I could see the damp patches still visible in the shadowed corners, and the air had that clean, washed smell that follows a London shower, when for a brief time the soot and smoke are beaten down and the city seems almost fresh. The street was busy with the usual afternoon traffic. Hansoms and four-wheelers moved in both directions, their drivers calling out to one another or to pedestrians who strayed too close to the horses. A young crossing sweeper was plying his trade at the corner, clearing a path through the inevitable accumulation of mud and horse droppings for ladies who wished to keep their skirts clean. A barrel organ was playing somewhere nearby, its cheerful mechanical melody drifting on the breeze. Holmes stood for a moment on the doorstep, breathing deeply, his sharp eyes moving across the scene before us, with that peculiar intensity that was so characteristic of him. I could almost see his mind working, cataloguing, analyzing, deducing. It occurred to me that for Holmes, there was perhaps no such thing as mere observation. His brain was too active, too hungry for data, to ever simply look at something without seeing into it. "Well, Watson," he said, turning to me with a smile that was almost boyish in its enthusiasm, "shall we see what Baker Street has to teach us this fine October afternoon? I propose we walk with no particular route in mind. Let us simply wander and observe, and perhaps, who knows, we shall find something of interest." Little did I know, as we set off down that familiar street, with the golden light slanting across the cobblestones and the smell of roasting chestnuts beginning to drift from a vendor's cart somewhere nearby, that this simple walk would indeed lead us to a mystery. Small in scale, perhaps, but perfect in its way. Nor could I have guessed that before the evening was done, I would gain new insights into the workings of my friend's remarkable mind, and into the strange beauty that he found in the ordinary chaos of London life. But I am getting ahead of myself, a habit Holmes has often chided me for in my writings. Let me return to that moment on the doorstep, to the beginning of what would prove to be a most illuminating afternoon, and recount the events as they unfolded, in their proper order. We turned left from our door, and began to walk at a leisurely pace down Baker Street toward the park. The afternoon crowds were out in force, ladies with their shopping, gentlemen returning from their clubs or offices, servants hurrying on errands for their employers, street vendors calling their wares, children released from their lessons and making the most of the remaining daylight. And Holmes, walking beside me with his hands clasped behind his back and his keen eyes missing nothing, began to do what he did best, to read the great book of humanity that unfolded before us with every step we took. We had not walked more than 50 yards from our lodgings when Holmes came to an abrupt halt, his attention fixed upon a gentleman who was proceeding down the opposite side of the street with a peculiar rolling gait that spoke of long years at sea. The man was perhaps 40 years of age, dressed in a plain but respectable suit that hung somewhat loosely upon his frame, as if he had recently lost weight. A canvas bag was slung over his shoulder, and he walked with the unconscious care of one who has learned to maintain balance on shifting decks. "Observe, Watson," Holmes said quietly, though we were far enough from the man that there was no danger of being overheard. "What do you make of our friend across the way?" I studied the gentleman with what I hoped was something approaching Holmes's analytical eye. "A sailor, certainly. The way he walks gives him away. Recently returned to London, I should think, given that his land legs haven't quite returned to him." "Very good," Holmes exclaimed, and I confess I felt a small flush of pleasure at his approval. "But can you be more specific? From where has he returned, and how recently?" I looked more carefully, but could discern nothing further. The man was simply a sailor, respectably dressed, carrying a bag, walking down Baker Street. What more could one deduce from such limited observation? Holmes smiled, reading my expression with his usual accuracy. "Let us catch up with him, and I shall explain as we walk." We crossed the street, timing our movement to avoid an approaching hansom, and fell into step some 20 paces behind the sailor. Holmes's voice took on that pedagogical tone that I had come to know well, the tone of a teacher who genuinely enjoyed sharing his knowledge, even as he demonstrated his own superior grasp of it. The rolling gait, as you correctly observed, indicates a sailor. But note the particular character of it, the wide stance, the way he unconsciously compensates for a pitch, rather than a roll. This suggests a larger vessel, not a small coastal trader. The canvas bag he carries is of a type used by seamen in the merchant navy, and if you look carefully at his hands as he swings his arms, you will see they are deeply tanned, not the weathered brown of an English sailor who works the northern routes, but the darker tan of tropical sun. I could indeed see, now that Holmes had pointed it out, that the man's hands were remarkably dark, almost mahogany in colour. "Furthermore," Holmes continued, "observe the way he keeps glancing at the buildings as we pass, and how he paused at the corner to get his bearings. This is not a man who regularly walks these streets. He is recently returned. Very recently, I would say. And yet, his clothes, though they fit poorly, are clean and pressed. He has been back long enough to have his shore clothes laundered and to present himself respectably, but not long enough to have regained his land legs completely. I would estimate 3 to 5 days, no more." "Remarkable," I murmured. "But how can you possibly know from where he has returned?" "Ah, that requires a closer observation still. Do you see the red dust on the edge of his trouser cuffs? That distinctive laterite soil is found throughout Southeast Asia. Combined with the depth of his tan and the style of his canvas bag, which, if you note the stitching pattern, is of a type manufactured specifically for the Singapore trade, I would stake my reputation that our friend has recently returned from Singapore, or possibly from somewhere along the Malayan coast. As if to confirm Holmes's deduction, the sailor stopped at a tobacconist's shop we were approaching, and as he opened the door, I heard him call out to the proprietor within, "Good afternoon. Might you have any Straits tobacco? I've just returned from Singapore and developed quite a taste for it during my voyage." Holmes caught my eye and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile, but said nothing. We continued past the shop, and I found myself shaking my head in wonder. Even after all our years of association, Holmes's powers of observation and deduction never ceased to amaze me. What seemed to me to be magic was, to him, simply the logical application of careful observation and accumulated knowledge. "The principles are quite simple, Watson," Holmes said, as if reading my thoughts, which, in a sense, I suppose he was. "One must merely learn to observe, rather than simply to see. Most people look at the world without truly registering what passes before their eyes. They see a sailor, and their observation ends there. But every person carries with them the story of their recent history, written in 1,000 small details. One need only learn to read the language." We walked on, and I found myself looking at the passing crowds with new interest, trying to see them as Holmes did, as books waiting to be read, as puzzles waiting to be solved. A young woman hurried past us, her face flushed, carrying a bundle wrapped in brown paper. An elderly gentleman stood on a corner, consulting his pocket watch with a concerned expression. A boy of perhaps 12 ran by, his boots badly scuffed, a cap pulled low over his eyes. Each of them, I realized, had a story, a history, a destination. But I could not read those stories as Holmes could. We turned onto a quieter street, where plane trees lined the pavement, and the noise of the main thoroughfare faded to a distant murmur. The golden afternoon light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across the cobblestones, and for a moment I was struck by the simple beauty of the scene. This was London as I loved it, not the grand monuments and famous landmarks that tourists came to see, but the quiet residential streets where ordinary people lived their ordinary lives. It was here that Holmes's attention was caught by a young woman sitting on a bench beneath one of the plane trees. She was perhaps 25 years of age, dressed in the modest but neat clothing of a governess or lady's companion. A small child, a girl of about 7, played nearby, collecting fallen leaves and arranging them in some pattern known only to herself. The young woman's hands were folded in her lap, and she appeared to be resting, watching her charge with the casual attention of one who has performed this duty countless times before. But Holmes had stopped walking, and I could see that his interest was piqued. He stood quite still, observing the scene with that intense focus that indicated his mind was working rapidly, assembling data, forming hypotheses, reaching conclusions. "What do you see, Watson?" he asked quietly. I studied the young woman more carefully. A governess, taking her charge for an afternoon walk. She appears respectable, competent, perhaps a bit tired. What am I missing? Look at her right hand, Watson, the faint stains on her fingers, not ink, but charcoal. And see how the pocket of her coat bulges slightly on that side. She is carrying something she wishes to keep concealed. Now observe her eyes, not watching the child, not really, but distant, contemplative. She is thinking of something else, something that brings a faint smile to her lips. As Holmes spoke, I began to see what he had seen immediately. The young woman did indeed have smudges of charcoal on her fingers, visible even from our distance. And her expression, which I had taken for mere contentment, held something more, a quality of secret pleasure, of private joy. An artist, Holmes said softly. A closet artist, I should say. She has been drawing in secret, probably during these afternoon walks while the child plays. The drawings are in her pocket now, hidden from her employers, who would no doubt disapprove of such frivolity from a governess. But she cannot help herself. She has the artistic temperament, and these stolen moments of creation are probably the highlight of her otherwise routine existence. I looked at Holmes with renewed admiration. Shall we test your hypothesis? Indeed, he said, a mischievous glint in his eye. But gently, Watson. We must not embarrass the young lady. We approached the bench, and Holmes raised his hat politely. I beg your pardon, miss, but my friend and I have been having a discussion about the quality of sketching charcoals available in London. You appear to be someone who might settle our debate. Could you recommend a particular brand? The young woman's face flushed crimson, and her hand went instinctively to her pocket. She looked at Holmes with a mixture of surprise and alarm, as if he had somehow glimpsed into her private thoughts. I don't know what you mean, sir, she stammered, but her eyes betrayed her, darting to the pocket where her sketches lay hidden. Holmes's expression softened immediately, and when he spoke again, his voice was kind, almost gentle. Forgive me, I did not mean to discompose you. But you should not hide your talent, miss. The world has too few artists as it is. Those charcoal stains on your fingers speak of hours of dedicated practice, and the way your eyes have been studying the play of light through those leaves tells me you see the world as an artist does, as a composition of light and shadow, form and texture. The young woman's alarm began to fade, replaced by a cautious curiosity. You could tell all that simply from looking at me? Observation, miss, nothing more. And if I may say so, you should not feel obliged to hide your art. Beauty created is never wasted, whether it is seen by thousands or kept in a private portfolio. A genuine smile broke across her face now, and she reached into her pocket, withdrawing a small leather-bound sketchbook. You are very kind, sir. I do love to draw, though my employers believe it is not a proper occupation for someone in my position. But I cannot help myself. The light today has been so beautiful, and little Emma has been playing so contentedly. She gestured toward the child, who had now constructed an elaborate pattern of leaves on the ground. She opened the sketchbook, and I found myself looking at a series of remarkably accomplished drawings, studies of trees, architectural details, quick sketches of people in the street. There was real talent here, a genuine eye for composition and detail. These are quite excellent, I said, and meant it sincerely. You have considerable skill. Holmes nodded his agreement. Indeed. Watson, did I not say that observation would reveal hidden gifts? This young lady proves my point admirably. And now, miss, we shall leave you to your art. Thank you for settling our debate. We walked on, leaving the young governess smiling, and perhaps, I hoped, a bit more confident in her secret passion. I glanced back once and saw her return to her sketching, her posture subtly changed, straighter, more assured. You made her very happy, Holmes, I said. That was kindly done. Holmes shrugged, but I could see he was pleased. We all need our escapes, Watson. For some it is art, for others music or literature. For me, it is the work of detection. Who am I to judge her for seeking beauty in a world that often demands we see only duty and responsibility? We continued our wandering path through the quieter streets, and I found myself experiencing the afternoon with a heightened awareness, trying to see what Holmes saw, to read the stories written in the faces and forms of the people we pass. The sun was beginning to sink lower now, and the quality of light was changing, becoming richer, more golden, painting the buildings with warm amber tones. It was as we turned back toward the busier thoroughfares that Holmes suddenly touched my arm and directed my attention to an elderly gentleman who was walking ahead of us, seemingly engaged in an animated conversation with himself. The man was well dressed in an old-fashioned style, with a top hat and a long coat that had seen better days, but still retained a certain shabby elegance. His lips were moving continuously, and his hands made occasional expressive gestures, as if he were addressing an invisible audience. "A retired actor," Holmes murmured, "and still rehearsing, even now. Observe the gestures, Watson, theatrical, trained, deliberate. And the way he projects his voice, just loud enough to be heard but not so loud as to attract unwanted attention. He's running through lines, probably from memory, probably from a role he performed years ago." As we drew closer, I could indeed hear fragments of what the old gentleman was saying. Not the rambling of a madman, but coherent lines of dialogue, delivered with passion and precision despite the lack of any actual audience. "The quality of mercy is not strained," I heard him say, his voice rich with emotion. "It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven." Portia's speech from The Merchant of Venice, Holmes said quietly. A famous role, performed in 1,000 theatres by 1,000 actors. But this gentleman delivers it with such feeling, such nuance. He must have played Shylock himself at some point, to know the speech so intimately from the opposing perspective. We passed the old actor, who was so lost in his private performance that he seemed entirely unaware of our presence. I felt a pang of sadness for him. A man who had once commanded stages and audiences, now reduced to rehearsing Shakespeare on a street corner for his own solitary pleasure. But there was also something admirable in it, something touching in his dedication to his craft, even in the twilight of his years. "He cannot help himself," Holmes observed as we moved on. "The actor's instinct runs too deep. He must perform, even if only for himself, even if the grand theatres are closed to him now. In a way, Watson, he is like our young governess with her sketchbook, compelled by an inner necessity to practice his art, regardless of whether the world acknowledges it." I was beginning to understand what Holmes had meant about observing the normal, the everyday pageant of human life. Each person we passed was engaged in their own private drama, pursuing their own passions, harbouring their own secrets and dreams. Holmes, with his extraordinary gifts of observation and deduction, could glimpse these hidden narratives, could read the stories that people wrote unconsciously in their dress, their bearing, their small unconscious habits. "You see the world very differently than most people, Holmes," I said thoughtfully. "These people we've observed, the sailor, the governess, the actor, most of us would walk past them without a second thought. But you see into their lives, understand their circumstances, appreciate their struggles and triumphs. It's rather like reading a series of very short stories, isn't it?" Holmes smiled, and there was genuine pleasure in his expression. "That is precisely what it is like, Watson. And you, my dear fellow, with your literary inclinations and your natural compassion for humanity, understand this better than most. Every person is a story waiting to be read. Most of those stories are ordinary, yes, but that does not make them any less interesting or any less worthy of attention. We had walked for perhaps an hour now, meandering through the streets without any particular destination, and I was thoroughly enjoying this unusual expedition. The afternoon was fading into evening, and the street lamps were beginning to be lit, their gas flames adding their own warm glow to the golden autumn light. The air had grown cooler, and I could smell the distinctive scent of roasting chestnuts from somewhere nearby. A street vendor, no doubt, setting up his cart to catch the evening trade. Holmes had fallen silent, his eyes moving constantly across the scene before us, drinking in every detail, filing away observations in that remarkable mental archive he maintained. I was content to walk beside him in companionable silence, watching the city transform from afternoon to evening, from work to leisure, from the business of the day to the pleasures and routines of the evening hours. It was just as we were approaching one of the busier street corners, where several thoroughfares intersected and created a small plaza of sorts, that our afternoon of peaceful observation would take an unexpected turn. For there, in the centre of this small plaza, we would encounter a mystery. Small, certainly. Not the sort of crime that would ordinarily command Holmes's attention, but a puzzle nonetheless. And in solving it, Holmes would demonstrate once again that his methods applied equally well whether the stakes were a priceless diamond or a handful of coins, whether the mystery involved murder and mayhem, or simply the minor misfortune of an honest working man. But I am, once again, running ahead of my narrative. Let me describe the scene as it appeared to us in that moment, as the afternoon light faded and the evening began to unfold. The small plaza into which we emerged was one of those typically London spaces that serve as the intersection of commerce, community, and daily life. 3 streets converged here, creating a triangular open area where the usual flow of traffic was forced to slow and navigate with care. It was the sort of place that naturally attracted street vendors and performers, being visible from multiple directions and offering enough space for pedestrians to pause, without blocking the thoroughfare entirely. As we stepped into this scene, the first thing that struck me was the rich complexity of sensory impressions. The chestnut vendor I had smelled earlier was indeed here, his brazier glowing red in the gathering dusk, the sweet, nutty aroma of roasting chestnuts mixing with the coal smoke and the general perfume of a London evening. A flower seller had set up her baskets near the corner, calling out her wares in a melodious voice that spoke of years spent projecting above the noise of traffic. Fresh violets, lovely roses, brighten your evening, kind sirs, and ladies. Shop windows on all 3 sides of the plaza were beginning to glow with lamplight. A tobacconist's, a small bakery, from which emanated the warm smell of fresh bread, and a bookshop whose window display featured the latest sensation novels and improving works of moral literature side by side. The lamplighter was making his rounds, his long pole reaching up to ignite each gas lamp in turn, creating pools of warm yellow light that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. But it was not these familiar elements of London street life that caught Holmes's attention and caused him to stop abruptly, his hand touching my arm in that way he had when something had piqued his interest. Rather, it was the small knot of people gathered near the centre of the plaza, surrounding what appeared to be a street artist who was in some evident distress. The artist was a man of perhaps 50 years, though hardship had aged him in that particular way that makes precise estimation difficult. His clothes were worn, but clean, patched in several places, but mended with care. He wore a battered felt hat, and a long scarf was wrapped around his neck against the evening chill. Before him on the cobblestones was spread a collection of chalk drawings, not the crude stick figures one often sees from street artists hoping for pennies from passers-by, but genuine works of art. Landscapes, portraits, detailed architectural studies, all rendered with skill and sensitivity, in coloured chalks that glowed with surprising vibrancy against the grey stone. The man was kneeling beside his artwork, his hands moving frantically over the ground, searching, his face a mask of anxiety and distress. Around him, 3 or 4 concerned citizens had stopped to observe, and their voices carried to us as we approached. "Are you quite certain you had it with you, old fellow?" This from a portly gentleman in a businessman's attire, his face showing genuine concern. "Aye, sir, I'm certain of it," the artist replied, his voice rough with emotion, and what I recognized immediately, with my medical training, as the onset of genuine panic. "I had it not half an hour ago. I know I did, for I counted the coins just after that kind lady gave me 3p for the portrait of her little dog. It was in my coat pocket. I'm sure of it. And now it's gone. Quite gone." "What exactly has gone missing?" asked a younger man, well-dressed and carrying a walking stick much like my own. "My coin pouch, sir," the artist said, and I could hear the tremor in his voice. "It's not much, I know. Probably not more than 7 or 8 shillings altogether. But it's all I have, sir. All I've earned these past 3 days. My rent is due tomorrow, and if I can't pay—" He did not finish the sentence, but the implications hung heavy in the air. Holmes had moved closer now, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the scene. I followed, observing not only the distressed artist, but also my friend's reaction to the situation. I confess I was curious to see whether this small domestic tragedy would engage his interest. After all, we were supposed to be on a leisurely walk, observing the normal flow of life, not seeking out mysteries to solve. But I had underestimated Holmes's fundamental nature. Whether the problem was grand or humble, whether it involved titled aristocrats or street artists, his mind could not resist the challenge of a puzzle. I saw the change come over him, the sharpening of focus, the heightening of attention, the subtle shift in posture that indicated he was now in what I had come to think of as his hunting mode. "Excuse me," Holmes said, his voice cutting clearly through the various murmurs and exclamations of the small crowd. "I could not help but overhear your difficulty. Perhaps I might be of some assistance." The artist looked up at Holmes with an expression of mingled hope and skepticism. No doubt he had learned, through long experience of hardship, not to expect too much from the promises of strangers. But there was something in Holmes's bearing, that peculiar authority he carried, that sense of competence and capability, that seemed to reassure the man. "That's very kind of you, sir," the artist said, struggling to his feet, with a stiffness that suggested rheumatism, or some other chronic complaint of the joints. I made a mental note of this, my medical instincts operating independently of the unfolding drama. "But I don't see what anyone can do. The pouch is simply gone, stolen, most likely, though God knows when or how it happened." "Let us not jump to conclusions about theft," Holmes said calmly. First, let us establish the facts. I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We are, in a manner of speaking, specialists in finding things that have gone missing. Would you mind if we asked you a few questions? The artist's expression shifted, and I thought I detected a flicker of recognition at the name. Sherlock Holmes, the detective. Lord, sir, I've read about you in the papers, but surely you don't trouble yourself with small matters like a poor man's missing coins. Holmes smiled, and there was a warmth in it that I did not often see. A mystery is a mystery, my good man, whether it involves crown jewels or a working man's wages, and I have a particular interest in observation this afternoon. You may be doing me a favour by providing a small puzzle to exercise my faculties. Now then, what is your name? Albert Pemberton, sir. I've been drawing on these streets for near on 20 years now. There was a quiet dignity in the way he said this, a pride in his craft that I found immediately sympathetic. Excellent, Mr. Pemberton. Now, please tell me exactly when you last saw your coin pouch, and what you have done since that moment. As Pemberton began to recount his afternoon, I watched Holmes listen with that intense concentration he brought to every investigation. His eyes, meanwhile, were not on the artist's face, but were roaming continuously across the scene, examining the ground, the surrounding area, the dispersing crowd of onlookers, the various elements of the plaza itself. Pemberton's story was straightforward enough. He had arrived at this spot approximately 3 hours earlier, just as the afternoon crowds were beginning to emerge for their evening constitutionals and shopping. He had set up his pitch, as he called it, laying out his materials, arranging his finished pieces for display, preparing his chalks for new commissions. The weather had been favourable, and he had done reasonably well. Several passers-by had commissioned small sketches, and he had received donations for his existing work from appreciative viewers. I keep the coins in a leather pouch, he explained, worn but serviceable, with a drawstring top. I keep it in my right coat pocket. Always the right pocket, sir, for I'm right-handed, and it's most convenient that way. Every time I receive payment, I put the coins straight in the pouch and return it to the pocket. I'm very careful about that, sir, very careful indeed. And when did you last feel certain the pouch was in your pocket? Holmes asked. Pemberton frowned, thinking carefully. It must have been about half an hour ago, as I said. A lady, a kind elderly lady with a little terrier, asked me to do a quick sketch of her dog. Took me perhaps 10 minutes, no more. She was very pleased with it, and gave me 3p. I remember distinctly putting those coins in the pouch, feeling the comfortable weight of it, and tucking it back in my pocket. And then I worked on this landscape here. He gestured to a particularly beautiful rendering of what appeared to be a countryside scene, all rolling hills and ancient trees, just adding some final details. I was quite absorbed in it, sir. You know how it is when you're concentrating on your work. The world sort of fades away. I nodded sympathetically, understanding exactly what he meant. I had often observed Holmes in similar states of deep concentration, oblivious to everything except the task before him. How long were you absorbed in this work? Holmes asked. Perhaps 20 minutes, and then a gentleman stopped to admire it. That fellow there, actually. Pemberton pointed to the portly businessman who was still lingering nearby, watching our conversation with interest. He asked me about my technique. Very interested he was, and we talked for a few minutes. Lovely conversation, really. He appreciated the art, you see, not just looking for a cheap curiosity. The businessman nodded confirmation. Quite true. I was fascinated by Mr. Pemberton's use of colour and perspective. We spoke for at least 5 minutes, I should say. And after that? Holmes prompted. After that, the gentleman moved on, and I decided I'd earned a bit of rest. My knees aren't what they used to be, sir. Again that stiffness as he shifted his weight, and I'd been kneeling on these hard stones for quite a while. So I stood up, stretched a bit, thought I might walk over to the chestnut cellar for a warm snack. That's when I reached for my pocket to check I had a penny or two for the chestnuts, and... He spread his hands helplessly. The pocket was empty, sir, quite empty. The pouch was gone. Holmes was quiet for a moment, his eyes narrowed in thought. I could almost see his mind working, sorting through the information, arranging the facts, searching for patterns and connections. Around us, the plaza continued its evening business. The flower seller calling her wares, the chestnut vendor serving customers, passers-by hurrying home or stopping to window shop. The normal flow of London life, beautiful in its ordinariness, and yet somewhere within this familiar scene was hidden the answer to our small mystery. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said at last, "I should like to examine your coat pocket, if I may." The artist immediately began to remove his coat, but Holmes stopped him with a gesture. "No need for that. Simply hold still for a moment." Holmes bent down and examined the right pocket of Pemberton's worn coat with minute attention. He felt the fabric, examined the stitching, even brought his lens out from his own pocket to study the opening more closely. I watched, fascinated as always by the thoroughness of his methods. "Interesting," Holmes murmured. "Watson, observe this pocket. What do you notice?" I stepped closer and examined the pocket as best I could. It appeared to be an ordinary coat pocket, worn with use but intact. The stitching was sound, the opening was. "The opening is quite large," I observed. "Larger than it probably was originally. The fabric is stretched." "Precisely." Holmes straightened up, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "The pocket has been worn loose through years of use. The opening gapes somewhat. Now, Mr. Pemberton, when you were kneeling, working on your landscape, were you bending forward over your work?" "Why, yes, sir. Naturally. One must lean in close to achieve the proper detail." "And your coat would have hung open, the pocket would have gaped wide, its contents visible and easily accessible to anyone standing nearby or passing close behind you." A murmur ran through the small crowd that had reformed around us, drawn by the drama of the investigation. Pemberton's face fell. "Then it was stolen, sir? Some pickpocket made off with it while I was working." "Let us not leap to conclusions," Holmes said, holding up a hand. "The pouch could have fallen out quite innocently. A worn pocket, a man bending forward in concentration, the weight of coins pulling at the fabric. It is entirely possible that your pouch simply tumbled out and is lying somewhere nearby. Before we cry theft, let us search the immediate area thoroughly." Hope flickered across Pemberton's weathered face. "Do you really think so, sir?" "I think it is a distinct possibility that we should explore before entertaining more sinister explanations. Now then, Watson, would you care to assist me in a thorough search of this vicinity?" I nodded immediately, happy to be of use. Holmes began to organize the operation with his characteristic efficiency, enlisting the help of the curious onlookers who had remained to watch the proceedings. The portly businessman, whose name we learned was Mr. Hartley, proved particularly eager to assist. The younger man with the walking stick, introducing himself as Mr. James Wickham, a law clerk, also volunteered his services. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes instructed, "please show us exactly where you were kneeling while you worked on your landscape. Walk us through your movements as precisely as you can recall." For the next quarter hour, as the evening deepened around us, and the gas lamps cast their warm, flickering light across the cobblestones, we conducted as thorough a search as I had ever participated in. Holmes directed operations like a military commander, assigning each of us to specific areas, instructing us on what to look for and how to conduct our search systematically. I found myself on my hands and knees, examining the cobblestones with minute attention, peering into crevices, checking around the bases of the lampposts, searching beneath Pemberton's scattered art materials. Mr. Hartley searched the area near the shop fronts, while Mr. Wickham checked along the edge of the plaza where it met the street. Other volunteers from the growing crowd of spectators, for we had quite an audience now, searched in widening circles from Pemberton's workspace. But despite our collective efforts, the coin pouch remained stubbornly absent. The cobblestones yielded nothing but the usual detritus of street life. A dropped handkerchief here, a lost button there, the odd penny or farthing, but no leather pouch containing 8 shillings. I watched Holmes's face as the search continued without success, and I could see his mind working furiously, revising theories, considering new possibilities, refusing to accept defeat. This was Holmes, as I knew him best, presented with a puzzle, engaged fully in the challenge of solving it, his remarkable intellect focused entirely on the problem at hand. As the lamplighter completed his rounds and the plaza glowed with the warm light of evening, as shop windows blazed cheerfully and the smell of chestnuts and fresh bread mingled in the cooling air, we stood in the centre of this small stage of London life, confronted with a mystery that seemed, for the moment at least, to defy solution. And I found myself thinking that our simple walk of observation had transformed into something more significant, not merely an exercise in seeing the ordinary, but an opportunity to make a real difference in the life of one honest, hard-working soul who asked nothing more than to recover the modest fruits of his labour. Holmes stood quite still in the centre of the plaza, his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp grey eyes sweeping across the scene with that peculiar intensity that I had learned to recognise as the prelude to some new line of reasoning. The search had yielded nothing, and I could sense a shift in his approach, a transition from the physical search for a lost object to the more subtle work of reconstructing events through careful questioning and logical deduction. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said at last, his voice carrying that note of calm authority that always seemed to steady nervous witnesses. "I should like you to walk me through your afternoon once more, but this time with greater attention to the people who approached you. Everyone who spoke to you, everyone who stopped to watch you work, everyone who came near enough to have accessed your pocket, whether deliberately or accidentally." Pemberton nodded, clearly eager to cooperate, despite the anxiety that still showed plainly on his weathered features. "I'll do my best, sir, though I confess I wasn't paying close attention to folks unless they spoke to me directly. When I'm working, you see, I get rather lost in it." "I understand perfectly," Holmes said with unexpected gentleness. "The artistic temperament demands such focus. But try, if you will, to recall. Begin from when you first arrived and set up your pitch. We settled ourselves, or rather Holmes and I did, while the small crowd of volunteers and curious onlookers arranged themselves in a loose semicircle around us, drawn by the drama of the investigation like audience members at a theatre. The evening had grown decidedly cooler now, and I pulled my coat more tightly around me, grateful for its warmth. The chestnut vendor was doing brisk business, and the sweet, smoky smell of his wares filled the air with an almost festive atmosphere, despite the sombre nature of our inquiry. Pemberton closed his eyes for a moment, clearly trying to visualize the afternoon. When he spoke, his voice had taken on the distant quality of one who is seeing events in memory, rather than present reality. I arrived about 3 o'clock, as I said. The plaza was fairly quiet then, just the usual afternoon traffic, people on their way to appointments or errands. I set up my materials, laid out some of my finished pieces to attract attention. The first hour was slow. It often is. A few people stopped to look, but moved on without commissioning anything or making donations. Did anyone stop for any length of time during that first hour? Holmes asked. Pemberton frowned in concentration. There was a young couple, newly married, I'd say, from the way they looked at each other. They admired my work, whispered together about perhaps commissioning a portrait, but decided against it. Too dear for their budget, I suspect, though they were very polite about it. Then there was an older gentleman, quite distinguished, who spent some time looking at my architectural studies. He had questions about Westminster Abbey. I have a rather detailed rendering of it, you see, but he didn't purchase anything. Anyone else? A group of children stopped to watch me work, 3 or 4 of them, I think, though children do tend to come and go. They were fascinated by the chalks, kept asking questions. Nice youngsters, well behaved. Their nursemaid called them away after a few minutes. Holmes's eyes had sharpened at the mention of children, and I knew he was considering whether young, curious hands might have inadvertently caused the loss of the pouch. But he said nothing yet, simply nodded for Pemberton to continue. Business picked up around 4 o'clock, Pemberton went on. A lady commissioned a quick portrait of herself, just a head and shoulders study, nothing elaborate. Took me about 20 minutes. She paid me a shilling for it. Then another gentleman wanted a sketch of that building there. He pointed to one of the shop fronts. As a gift for someone, he said. Another shilling for that one. And in both cases, you place the payment in your pouch immediately. Yes, sir, always. I'm very careful about that. Good. Continue. After that came the lady with the terrier, the one I mentioned earlier. Sweet little dog, very patient while I sketched him. The lady was delighted with the result, gave me 3pence and a smile. I remember thinking what a pleasant afternoon it was turning out to be. I watched Holmes as Pemberton recounted these events, and I could see my friend constructing a mental timeline, placing each person and each transaction in its proper sequence. His remarkable memory was no doubt recording every detail, however small, filing it away for later analysis. Now, Holmes said, after the lady with the terrier departed, you began working on your landscape. Is that correct? Yes, sir. I was adding some details to the foliage, trying to capture that particular quality of autumn light, you know. It's quite difficult with chalks, but if you layer the colours just right, you can achieve a remarkable effect. For a moment, Pemberton's face brightened with genuine artistic enthusiasm. and I glimpsed the passion that drove him to practice his craft on cold cobblestones for pennies and shillings. And during this period of concentration, do you recall anyone approaching you? Pemberton's brow furrowed. That's the difficult part, sir. When I'm absorbed in the work, I'm not really aware of people unless they speak to me. I know the plaza was busy. I could hear footsteps, conversations, the usual sounds of evening approaching. But I couldn't tell you who was nearby or how close they came. Yet, you would have noticed if someone had spoken to you, or if someone had bumped into you physically. Oh, certainly. No one bumped me, and no one spoke to me until Mr. Hartley here stopped to admire the landscape. The portly businessman nodded confirmation. That's quite right. I was struck by the quality of his work, the use of perspective, the depth he achieved with such a limited palette. We had quite a conversation about it. Holmes turned his attention to Mr. Hartley. And during this conversation, did you observe anyone else near Mr. Pemberton? Anyone who might have been standing close to him, perhaps looking over his shoulder at his work? Mr. Hartley considered this carefully. There were people passing, certainly. It's a busy spot. But I was focused on the artwork and on our conversation. I'm afraid I didn't pay particular attention to other pedestrians. Holmes nodded, unsurprised. This was always the challenge with witnesses. People saw what interested them and filtered out the rest. It was why he placed so much emphasis on training oneself to observe everything, not merely what seemed immediately relevant. Mr. Pemberton, Holmes said, turning back to the artist, think very carefully now. After Mr. Hartley moved on and you stood up to stretch, in that moment, before you reached for your pocket, did you notice anything unusual? Any sound? Any movement? Any person moving away quickly? Pemberton closed his eyes again, clearly straining to remember. The plaza had grown quieter now as people stopped to watch our investigation, and in the relative hush I could hear the distant sounds of London evening life. A horse neighing, a shop doorbell tinkling, someone laughing in the distance. I don't think so, sir, Pemberton said at last, opening his eyes with a frustrated expression. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more helpful, but I simply don't remember anything out of the ordinary. Just the usual evening sounds, the usual flow of people. Holmes was silent for a moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose of deep thought. Then he turned to address the small crowd that had gathered around us. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, his voice carrying clearly across the plaza. I wonder if I might impose upon your collective memory. Did any of you happen to be in this area during the past hour? Did anyone observe Mr. Pemberton at work, or notice anyone paying particular attention to him? There was a general murmuring and shaking of heads. Most of the current spectators, it seemed, had only arrived after Pemberton had discovered his loss, drawn by the commotion and the drama. But then a voice spoke up from the back of the crowd, a woman's voice, elderly but clear. I saw him working, sir. I was here earlier, buying flowers from Annie there. She gestured toward the flower seller, who nodded recognition. Holmes's attention focused immediately on the elderly woman as she made her way through the crowd. She was perhaps 70 years of age, dressed in the respectable black of a widow, with a kind, intelligent face that reminded me somewhat of my own dear mother. She carried a small basket containing a bunch of violets wrapped in paper. "Madam," Holmes said, bowing slightly with old-fashioned courtesy, I should be most grateful if you could tell us what you observed." The elderly woman smiled, clearly pleased to be of help. "Well, sir, I'm not certain how much use I can be, but I'll tell you what I remember. I arrived at Annie's flower cart perhaps 45 minutes ago. I like to buy fresh flowers for my sitting room each Thursday, you see. It's a little tradition I maintain. While Annie was wrapping my violets, I watched the artist here at work. I do enjoy watching artists, and his landscape was particularly lovely." "Did you observe anyone else watching him?" Holmes asked. "Oh, several people, I should think. It's quite natural. People are drawn to watch street artists. There was a well-dressed gentleman who stood for a while, watching. Then some young people, a courting couple, I believe, though they didn't stay long. And there was a boy with a delivery basket who stopped for a moment before hurrying on." "Can you describe any of these people more precisely?" The woman thought carefully. "The gentleman was middle-aged, wore a grey suit and a bowler hat. Quite respectable looking. The young couple were just as you'd expect. She in a blue dress, he in working clothes, but clean. As for the delivery boy, I couldn't say much about him. They all look rather alike, don't they? Brown jacket, cap pulled low, always in a hurry." Holmes had produced his notebook and was making rapid notes. "This is most helpful, madam. Can you recall the sequence in which these people appeared?" "Let me think. The gentleman came first, I believe. He watched for several minutes, then moved on. The young couple came next, stayed only briefly. The delivery boy was last, just as I was leaving, actually. He nearly bumped into me in his haste, though he did apologize nicely." "And in which direction did this delivery boy go after he left the plaza?" The woman pointed down one of the side streets. "That way, I believe. Yes, I'm quite certain. He went down toward the high street." Holmes's eyes had taken on that gleam that I recognized as indicating a new line of inquiry. "Thank you, madam. You have been most observant and most helpful. May I have your name and address, in case I should need to ask you any further questions?" The woman provided her details, which Holmes recorded carefully. Then she made her way back through the crowd, clearly satisfied to have been of service. Holmes turned to me, and I could see the wheels of his mind turning rapidly. "Watson, I believe we should expand our search. The tobacconist's shop there." He pointed to the shop on the corner, and the bakery beside it, and that bookshop across the way. "The proprietors may have observed something from their windows. They have, after all, a continuous view of the plaza throughout the afternoon." "An excellent idea," I agreed. "Shall we divide our efforts?" "Indeed. You take the bakery and the bookshop. I shall speak with the tobacconist. Mr. Hartley, Mr. Wickham, if you gentlemen are still willing to assist, perhaps you could make inquiries at some of the other establishments around the plaza, anyone who might have been looking out their window at the relevant time." The two men agreed readily, clearly caught up in the investigation. Mr. Hartley even produced a small notebook of his own, ready to record any information he might gather. I was struck, not for the first time, by Holmes's ability to inspire cooperation and enthusiasm in those around him when he chose to engage with people in this way. We dispersed on our various errands, leaving Pemberton in the plaza with several sympathetic members of the crowd who remained to keep him company and offer what comfort they could. As I made my way toward the bakery, I reflected on how our simple afternoon walk had transformed into this elaborate investigation. And yet, Holmes was clearly in his element. The mystery, however small, had engaged his remarkable faculties, and he was pursuing it with the same thoroughness and ingenuity he would have brought to a case involving murder or international intrigue. The bakery was warm and fragrant, still busy with customers purchasing their evening bread and pastries. The proprietor, a stout, flour-dusted man with a cheerful face, listened to my inquiry with interest. I know Mr. Pemberton," he said. "Seen him out there many times. Fine artist he is, for all he has to work in the street. But as for this afternoon—" He shook his head regretfully. "I've been too busy to pay much attention to what's happening outside. Thursday's one of our busiest days, see? Everyone wanting their weekend baking." I thanked him and moved on to the bookshop, a cramped but cosy establishment that smelled delightfully of leather bindings and old paper. Here I had better luck. The proprietor, a thin, scholarly-looking gentleman with spectacles perched on his nose, had indeed been observing the plaza intermittently throughout the afternoon. "I enjoy watching the street artist," he confided. "Something restful about it, watching someone create beauty. I saw him working on that landscape. Quite remarkable piece, really. There were several people who stopped to watch at various times." "Can you describe any of them?" I asked, producing my own notebook. "Well, there was that businessman who spoke with him. Portly fellow, seemed very interested in the art. And before him, there was a man in a grey suit who watched for quite some time. Quite absorbed, he seemed. And then, let me think. There was a boy with a basket, one of those delivery boys you see everywhere these days. He stopped for just a moment, then hurried off." This corroborated the elderly woman's testimony, which I found encouraging. I made careful notes and thanked the bookseller for his help. When I returned to the plaza, I found Holmes already there, in animated conversation with the flower seller, Annie, as the elderly woman had called her. This lady was perhaps 40 years of age, with the weathered complexion and strong hands of one who works outdoors in all seasons. She was speaking earnestly, gesturing occasionally toward different parts of the plaza, while Holmes listened with keen attention. I approached just as she was saying, "And he did seem in a terrible hurry, now that you mention it. Nearly knocked over my bucket of roses, he did, though he caught it just in time and apologized very prettily. This delivery boy," Holmes was saying, "can you describe him more precisely? Height, build, any distinguishing features?" Annie frowned in concentration. "Ordinary height, I'd say. Thin. But then, they usually are, aren't they? Always dashing about, burning off any food they eat. He wore a brown jacket and a cap pulled down low. Couldn't see much of his face, really. He was carrying a wicker delivery basket, the kind the shops use for sending purchases to customers' homes." "And you saw him in the plaza? How long before Mr. Pemberton discovered his loss?" "Oh, not long at all, sir. Perhaps 10 minutes. He was here, and then he was gone. And then, shortly after, there was all this commotion about the missing pouch." Holmes thanked her and turned to me as I approached. "Ah, Watson, what have you learned?" I related my conversations with the baker and the bookseller, and I saw Holmes's eyes light up as I mentioned the man in the grey suit and the delivery boy, both observed by multiple witnesses. "The pieces are beginning to come together," Holmes said, though whether he was speaking to me or to himself, I could not quite determine. "We have at least 2 individuals who were near Pemberton while he worked on his landscape. This gentleman in grey and this delivery boy." The question is, which of them, if either, is connected to the missing pouch? Surely the delivery boy seems the more suspicious, I ventured. His hasty departure, the timing of it. Perhaps, Holmes said, but his tone was non-committal. Or perhaps we are being led to an obvious conclusion that may not be the correct one. Let us gather more data before we theorize. Mr. Hartley and Mr. Wickham had returned from their own inquiries, and we assembled once more in the centre of the plaza to share our findings. The evening had deepened into true night now, and the gas lamps cast their warm glow across our small gathering, creating an almost theatrical atmosphere, as if we were actors on a stage, performing some drama for the benefit of the watching crowd. And indeed, we had quite an audience now. Word of the investigation had spread, as word does in London neighbourhoods, and more spectators had arrived to observe the proceedings. I noticed several people at the windows of the surrounding buildings, watching with interest. The chestnut vendor had abandoned any pretense of working and was watching us with rapt attention. Even the normally imperturbable London pigeons seemed to have paused in their evening routines to observe. Holmes stood at the centre of this small theatre, his tall, spare figure illuminated by lamplight, his keen face animated by the intellectual challenge before him. And I thought to myself that this was Holmes as he was meant to be, engaged, energized, applying his extraordinary gifts to the service of a fellow human being in need, no matter how humble that person or how small the stakes. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot, and I found myself caught up in the excitement of the chase, eager to see how my friend would unravel this modest mystery of a missing coin pouch in the heart of London's evening streets. Mr. Hartley, slightly out of breath from his exertions, but clearly energized by the investigative work, spoke first. He consulted the notes he had made in his small pocket-book with the care of a man accustomed to keeping precise records. A businessman's habit, no doubt. I spoke with the proprietor of that tobacco shop on the corner, he reported. A Mr. Carmichael, been running the establishment for 15 years. He knows Pemberton by sight, says he's an honest fellow, never any trouble. As for this afternoon, Carmichael was busy with customers for most of it, but he did notice a delivery boy passing through the plaza several times. Thought it odd, actually, that the same boy should pass through so frequently. Usually they make their delivery and move on to the next address. Holmes's eyebrows rose with interest. Several times, you say? Not just once. According to Carmichael, the boy passed through at least 3 times in the space of an hour, always in a hurry, always carrying that wicker basket. Most interesting, Holmes murmured. Mr. Wickham, what did you discover? The young law clerk consulted his own notes, written in a neat professional hand that spoke of his legal training. I inquired at the chemist's shop and at the grocer's next door. The chemist saw nothing useful. He was in the back of his shop preparing prescriptions for most of the afternoon. But the grocer's assistant, a young woman named Mary, was quite observant. She was arranging the window display and had an excellent view of the plaza. And what did this observant young woman see? Holmes asked, his voice encouraging. She corroborates much of what we've already heard. The artist working, various people stopping to watch. But she added something interesting. She mentioned a man in a grey suit who seemed to be watching Mr. Pemberton with particular intensity. Not just casual interest, she said, but real, focused attention. He stood to one side, partially behind a lamppost, and watched for at least 10 minutes without moving. Did she describe this man? Middle-aged, she thought. though she couldn't see his face clearly. Well-dressed, respectable-looking, grey suit, bowler hat, carrying a walking stick. When he finally left, he went down the same street that the delivery boy took, toward the high street. I saw Holmes's eyes narrow slightly, that telltale sign that he was processing information, connecting disparate facts, building a mental picture of events. The crowd around us had grown quiet, hanging on every word of these reports, caught up in the mystery as much as we were. "Curious," Holmes said softly. "Watson, would you add to our growing body of evidence?" I related what I had learned from the baker and the bookseller, emphasizing the bookseller's observation of both the man in grey and the delivery boy. As I spoke, I could see Holmes mentally cataloguing each detail, filing it away in that extraordinary brain of his. When I had finished, Holmes stood silent for a moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his gaze distant. Around us, the plaza continued its evening business, though more quietly now. Even the casual passers-by seemed reluctant to disturb the detective's concentration with unnecessary noise. "We have established several facts," Holmes said at last, speaking as much to organize his own thoughts as to inform us. "First, Mr. Pemberton's coin pouch disappeared during a relatively narrow window of time, between the moment he last felt it in his pocket after receiving payment from the lady with the terrier, and the moment he stood up to stretch, approximately 25 to 30 minutes later. Second, during this period, Mr. Pemberton was absorbed in his work, bent forward over his landscape, his attention entirely focused on his art. Third, his coat pocket was worn loose, gaping open as he leaned forward, making the contents both visible and accessible. He paused, turning slowly to survey the plaza, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the space, the arrangement of the shops, the flow of pedestrian traffic, the sight lines from various positions. Fourth, he continued, we have testimony from multiple witnesses regarding two individuals who were in the plaza during this critical period, and who attracted attention either by their behavior or their frequency of appearance. The man in grey, who watched Mr. Pemberton with unusual intensity, and the delivery boy, who passed through the plaza multiple times and departed hurriedly shortly before the loss was discovered. Surely one of these two must be our culprit, Mr. Hartley interjected, with the confidence of one who believes the answer is obvious. The delivery boy, most likely, a common street thief who spotted an opportunity and seized it. But Holmes held up a cautionary hand. Let us not leap to conclusions, however tempting. We must consider all possibilities. Watson, you have medical training. What is your opinion of a pouch simply falling from a loose pocket as its owner bends and moves? I considered the question carefully, visualizing the scenario. It's certainly possible, I said. If the pocket was worn sufficiently loose, and if Mr. Pemberton was bending and shifting his position as he worked, the pouch could have gradually worked its way out. The weight of the coins would contribute to this. It might have fallen silently to the cobblestones, and then... What? Rolled away? Been kicked aside accidentally by a passing pedestrian? Precisely the question, Holmes said. And if it fell, where might it have gone? We have searched the immediate vicinity thoroughly. Unless it fell into a crack between the cobblestones, which seems unlikely given the size and weight of the pouch, it must have been moved, either deliberately or accidentally, from this location. He knelt down beside Pemberton's artwork, examining the cobblestones with his lens, following some chain of reasoning visible only to himself. I watched him trace an imaginary path with his long fingers, muttering under his breath, calculating angles and distances. The flow of foot traffic, he said, standing up and brushing off his knees, would naturally move from here. He indicated the main thoroughfare, across the plaza in various directions, depending on people's destinations. If the pouch fell here, as seems most likely, given where Mr. Pemberton was working, it could have been kicked by a passing pedestrian, quite inadvertently, in any of several directions. He turned to the crowd of onlookers who had been following this analysis with rapt attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if I might impose upon you once more. Would those of you who have been in this plaza during the past hour please think carefully? Did any of you notice anything unusual on the ground? Any object that seemed out of place? Did any of you perhaps kick something accidentally, or step on something that felt unusual underfoot? There was a general murmuring as people consulted their memories, but no one came forward with useful information. I saw disappointment flicker across Pemberton's face, though he tried to hide it. The poor man had been standing throughout this investigation with the patient resignation of one accustomed to life's disappointments, but I could see the hope slowly draining from his expression. Holmes noticed this too, and his own expression softened with something approaching compassion, an emotion he did not often display openly, but which I knew he felt more deeply than he generally let show. "Mr. Pemberton," he said gently, "do not despair yet. We have not exhausted our options. Let us approach this from a different angle. You mentioned that you have been drawing in this plaza regularly. Do you have established relationships with any of the local merchants or regular passers-by?" Pemberton nodded, seeming grateful to be given something to focus on other than his loss. "Oh, yes, sir. Many of them know me by sight, and some have become quite friendly over the years. Mrs. Peterson at the milliner's shop." He pointed to a shop front I had not previously noticed. "She often brings me a cup of tea on cold days. And Mr. Chen at the Chinese laundry down that side street. He commissioned a portrait of his daughter last month. Lovely girl, just turned 16. And there's the street musicians who come through regularly. We're all in the same boat, so to speak, trying to earn an honest living from our talents." "Street musicians?" Holmes's interest sharpened. "Are any of them here this evening?" "Old Giuseppe is usually here about this time," Pemberton said, glancing around. "He plays a street organ, has a little monkey that dances, quite a draw for the children. But I haven't seen him yet this evening. Perhaps he's running late, or perhaps he's set up in a different location tonight." Holmes turned to Annie, the flower seller, who had been listening to our conversation with interest. "Do you know this Giuseppe? Would he have been here during the relevant period this afternoon?" Annie nodded vigorously. "Oh, yes, sir. Giuseppe's here most days. He was here this afternoon, right enough. Set up his organ over there." She pointed to a spot on the opposite side of the plaza from where Pemberton had been working. "Around 4 o'clock, I'd say. Played for an hour or so, then packed up and moved on. He usually does a circuit of several locations. You see, stays in each spot for an hour or two, then moves to the next." "And where does he go after here?" Holmes asked, his voice taking on an edge of urgency that I recognized as indicating he was on to something. "Down toward the high street, usually. There's another good pitch near the theatre district. He does well there in the evenings, when the crowds start gathering before the performances." Holmes's eyes met mine, and I saw the gleam of excitement in them. "Watson, I believe we should seek out this Giuseppe and his organ. Mr. Pemberton, would you care to accompany us? I have a theory that I should like to test." Pemberton's face brightened with renewed hope. "Of course, sir. But what does Giuseppe have to do with my missing pouch?" "Perhaps nothing," Holmes said, already striding toward the edge of the plaza. "Or perhaps everything. Come, there's no time to waste if we're to catch him before he moves on to another location." We set off at a brisk pace, our small party now consisting of Holmes, myself, Pemberton, Mr. Hartley, who refused to be left behind when the investigation was reaching its climax, and Mr. Wickham, who seemed to have developed a genuine fascination with Holmes's methods. The rest of the crowd remained in the plaza, but I could hear their excited chatter behind us as they speculated about what Holmes had deduced and where we were heading. As we walked through the darkening streets, the gas lamps creating pools of golden light that we moved through like swimmers navigating patches of sunlight in deep water, Holmes explained his reasoning. "Consider the facts, Watson. We have a worn pocket from which a pouch might easily fall. We have a man absorbed in his work, bent forward, oblivious to his surroundings. We have a busy plaza with considerable foot traffic. And we have, at precisely the relevant time, a street organ set up in the plaza, an organ that by necessity must be positioned on the ground, with the organist standing or sitting beside it, to play. I began to see where he was leading. You think the pouch might have been kicked or otherwise moved near the organ? More than that, Watson, consider the construction of a street organ. It sits on a small wheeled cart, does it not? With space beneath the organ itself, a gap between the mechanism and the ground. If the pouch was kicked in that direction, or if it rolled that way, it might easily have ended up underneath the organ, completely hidden from view. And when Giuseppe packed up and moved his organ to a new location, he would have taken the pouch with him, entirely unaware of its presence, I exclaimed, delighted by the elegance of the theory. Precisely. It is merely a hypothesis at this point, but it fits the known facts better than any other explanation I can devise. If we find Giuseppe and his organ, and if we find the pouch tucked beneath it, then we shall have solved our little mystery without needing to accuse anyone of theft. The pouch would have been lost and transported quite innocently, through nothing more sinister than the ordinary movements of a street musician going about his daily rounds. We emerged onto a broader thoroughfare, and the character of the neighbourhood changed subtly. Here the shops were larger, more prosperous looking. There were restaurants with their windows steamed up from cooking, their doors releasing tantalizing aromas as patrons came and went. A theatre occupied one corner, its marquee advertising the evening's entertainment in bold letters. And there, in front of a row of shops, we saw what we had been seeking. An elderly man in a colourful, much-patched coat, standing beside a street organ decorated with painted panels depicting pastoral scenes. A small monkey, wearing a tiny vest and a cap, sat atop the organ, and a small crowd had gathered to watch and listen. The organ was playing a cheerful melody, its mechanical notes bright and clear in the evening air, and the monkey was performing a series of tricks, bowing and tipping its cap, much to the delight of several children who had stopped with their parents to watch. "Giuseppe!" Pemberton called out, hurrying forward. The old organ grinder looked up and smiled, recognizing the artist. "Ah, Alberto," he called back in heavily accented English, Italian, I presumed. "How are you, my friend? Good evening for business, no?" Giuseppe, Holmes interrupted smoothly, stepping forward with his most charming smile. Forgive the intrusion, but we have a most unusual request. Would you permit us to look beneath your organ? We believe something of value may have accidentally become lodged there when you were set up in the plaza earlier this afternoon. Giuseppe's weathered face creased with confusion, but he was clearly a good-natured soul. Beneath my organ? But how could? Well, certainly, if you wish. But I do not understand. Holmes knelt beside the organ cart, and I joined him, both of us peering into the shadowed space beneath the ornate mechanism. The monkey chattered at us, perhaps offended by our examination of its master's equipment. But Giuseppe spoke to it soothingly in Italian, and it settled down. And there, wedged against one of the cart's wheels, partly hidden by the decorative fringe that hung from the organ's base, was a worn leather pouch with a drawstring top. "I'll be blessed," Pemberton breathed, kneeling beside us. "That's it. That's my pouch." Holmes carefully extracted the pouch and handed it to Pemberton, who opened it with trembling fingers. The coins were all there, glinting in the lamplight. Shillings and pennies and 3-penny bits, the modest fruits of an honest day's labour. Pemberton's eyes filled with tears, and he looked at Holmes with an expression of profound gratitude that seemed to render him momentarily speechless. When he finally found his voice, it was thick with emotion. "Mr. Holmes, I don't know how to thank you. You've saved me from a very desperate situation. How can I ever repay you?" Holmes waved away the thanks with a gesture of his long hand, but I could see that he was pleased, not with the praise, precisely, but with the successful application of his methods to a worthy end. "No payment is necessary, Mr. Pemberton. The pleasure of solving the puzzle is quite sufficient reward. Though I confess, I should like to purchase one of your pieces, that landscape you were working on when we first encountered you. I found it quite remarkable." Pemberton's face lit up with joy. "You shall have it as a gift, sir. It's the very least I can do." "Absolutely not," Holmes said firmly. "You are an artist, and artists must be paid for their work. I shall give you." He reached into his pocket and produced a sovereign. "This, which I believe is fair value for such a fine piece." Pemberton tried to protest, but Holmes was adamant, and finally the artist accepted the payment with as much dignity as his emotional state would allow. Giuseppe, having finally grasped what had occurred, was exclaiming in rapid Italian, gesturing animatedly, expressing his horror that he had unknowingly transported Pemberton's pouch across London. Is no problem, he kept saying, switching to English. "I am so happy we find, but how it gets under my organ is mystery." Holmes explained his theory. The worn pocket, the pouch falling out, the foot traffic in the plaza, potentially kicking it across the cobblestones until it ended up beneath the organ, where it lodged against the wheel. Giuseppe nodded vigorously, entirely satisfied with this explanation, and insisted on shaking hands with everyone in our party, still exclaiming over the fortunate resolution. As we made our way back toward the plaza, for Pemberton needed to collect his art materials, and Holmes wanted to retrieve his purchased landscape, I reflected on the afternoon's events. What had begun as a simple walk of observation had transformed into a genuine investigation, modest in scale but satisfying in its resolution. And more than that, I had witnessed something that I found profoundly moving. Holmes, applying his extraordinary gifts not to some sensational crime that would make headlines, but to helping an ordinary workingman recover a modest sum of money that nonetheless meant everything to him. There was something beautiful in that, something that spoke to the best qualities of my remarkable friend. The streets through which we walked seemed softer somehow in the evening light, more welcoming. Or perhaps it was simply that we walked them in the company of a man whose burden had been lifted, whose evening had transformed from despair to joy, and whose gratitude radiated from him like warmth from a fire. The walk back to the plaza had taken on the character of a small triumphal procession. Word of our success had somehow preceded us, as news invariably does in London neighbourhoods, and when we emerged back into the lamplit square, we found a considerable crowd waiting to greet us. A cheer went up as Pemberton held aloft his recovered coin pouch, and I saw genuine pleasure on the faces of the assembled watchers. It struck me then how much people hunger for stories with happy endings, how a small victory for justice and order can lift the spirits of an entire community. Annie, the flower seller, pressed a small bouquet of violets into Pemberton's hands, refusing any payment. "For your wife, love," she said warmly, though whether Pemberton actually had a wife I did not know. "To celebrate your good fortune." The chestnut vendor, not to be outdone, insisted on providing us all with warm chestnuts, and though Holmes typically disdained such street food, he accepted with good grace, recognizing the gesture for what it was, a celebration of community and shared relief. Giuseppe had accompanied us back, wheeling his organ with the monkey perched atop it, chattering and performing little bows as if it understood that it had played a role in the evening's drama. The old Italian was still shaking his head in wonder, occasionally bursting into rapid streams of his native language, which none of us could follow, but which clearly expressed his amazement at the evening's events. Mr. Hartley and Mr. Wickham stood beside us, both men flushed with the excitement of having participated in a genuine investigation. Hartley, in particular, seemed energized by the experience in a way that suggested his ordinary business life perhaps lacked this kind of intellectual adventure. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his round face beaming with admiration, "I must say, that was quite extraordinary. The way you pieced together the solution from such scattered observations. I've read about your methods in the papers, of course, but seeing them applied in person is quite another matter entirely." Holmes accepted the compliment with a slight inclination of his head, though I could see he was somewhat uncomfortable with the open praise. He had always been a private man, preferring the work itself to the accolades that might follow it. "The principles are quite simple, Mr. Hartley," Holmes said, echoing what he had told me earlier in the afternoon. "One must merely learn to observe, rather than simply to see, and to reason logically from observed facts. Any man of intelligence could do the same, given sufficient training and attention to detail." "But that's precisely what makes it remarkable," Wickham interjected, his law clerk's mind appreciating the intellectual rigour of Holmes's approach. "You make it seem simple, but the truth is that most of us look at the world without truly seeing it. We register the obvious, a sailor, a governess, a street artist, but we don't read the stories written in the details." I found myself nodding in agreement with Wickham's assessment. This was exactly what I had been thinking throughout the afternoon. that Holmes possessed not just remarkable powers of observation, but also the ability to synthesize disparate observations into coherent narratives, to see patterns where others saw only random details. Holmes had moved to where Pemberton had laid out his materials, and the artist was carefully rolling up the landscape that Holmes had purchased. In the lamplight, I could see the piece more clearly than I had before. The delicate layering of colours, the skillful rendering of light and shadow, the sense of depth and atmosphere that Pemberton had achieved with nothing more than coloured chalks on stone. It truly was a remarkable piece of work, and I was glad that Holmes had insisted on paying fair value for it. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said, watching the artist secure his precious artwork with careful hands, "I wonder if I might make a suggestion. You have considerable talent, and it seems a shame that your work should be limited to temporary pieces on pavement, beautiful though they are. Have you ever considered approaching a gallery or seeking a patron?" Pemberton looked up with an expression that mingled gratitude with weary resignation. "You're kind to say so, sir, but men in my position, well, we're not welcomed in the galleries. Street artists are considered beneath the notice of proper society. I had some training in my youth, worked as an apprentice to a proper artist for a time, but—" He shrugged, leaving the sentence unfinished. "Life takes us where it will, Mr. Holmes. I'm content with what I have, the freedom of the open air, the pleasure of creating beauty, the modest living I can earn from kind souls like yourself." There was dignity in the way he spoke, no trace of self-pity or bitterness, and I felt a surge of respect for this man who faced life's disappointments with such grace. Holmes, too, seemed moved, though he hid it well behind his mask of detached observation. "Nevertheless," Holmes said, producing a card from his waistcoat pocket, "I should like you to have my card. If you should ever find yourself in need of assistance, whether it be a recommendation to a potential patron, or simply another mystery to be solved, please do not hesitate to call upon me at Baker Street." Pemberton accepted the card with hands that trembled slightly, and I could see that the gesture meant far more to him than Holmes perhaps realized. To be treated with such respect by a man of Holmes's reputation and standing, it was no small thing for someone who spent his days on his knees on cold pavement, dependent on the charity and whims of passers-by. The crowd had begun to disperse now, the drama concluded, people drifting back to their evening routines and destinations. Giuseppe announced that he must continue his rounds. He had 2 more locations to visit before the evening was done, and departed with much handshaking and protestations of friendship. The monkey tipped its cap to us one final time, drawing laughter from the remaining spectators, and then the organ's cheerful mechanical melody faded into the distance as the old Italian wheeled his cart down the darkening street. The shops were beginning to close now, proprietors emerging to pull down shutters and lock doors, ending another day of commerce. The flower seller was gathering up her remaining stock. The chestnut vendor was damping down his brazier. The evening crowds had thinned, replaced by a different sort of pedestrian. People heading home from work, or out for evening entertainment, moving with the purposeful stride of those who have destinations in mind. Holmes stood in the center of the plaza, his purchased landscape now carefully rolled and tucked under his arm, looking around with that contemplative expression I had seen several times throughout the afternoon. The golden light that had so characterized the earlier hours was gone now, replaced by the softer, warmer glow of gas lamps and shop windows. The character of the light had changed, but there was beauty in it still. The beauty of a city transitioning from day to night, from work to rest, from the bustle of commerce to the quieter rhythms of evening. "Watson," Holmes said quietly, almost as if speaking to himself, "do you know what strikes me most about this afternoon's adventure?" "What's that, Holmes?" "That I have solved dozens of cases, hundreds perhaps, involving great sums of money, valuable artifacts, matters of international significance. And yet, I'm not certain that I have ever felt quite the satisfaction I feel at this moment, having helped Mr. Pemberton recover his 8 shillings. I looked at my friend with surprise, and, I confess, with a surge of affection. This was Holmes at his best, not the cold calculating machine that the public sometimes imagined him to be, but a man with a deep sense of justice and a genuine compassion for his fellow humans, however much he might try to hide these qualities beneath his veneer of scientific detachment. "Perhaps," I ventured, "it is because the stakes were so personal. 8 shillings may not seem like much to some, but to Pemberton it meant the difference between keeping a roof over his head and facing the streets. In a sense, the smaller the sum, the greater its significance to the person who depends upon it." Holmes nodded slowly. "There is wisdom in that observation, Watson. We live in a society that measures value in pounds and guineas, that reserves its attention and resources for the wealthy and the powerful. But justice should not be a luxury available only to those who can afford it. The mystery of a working man's lost wages is every bit as worthy of investigation as the mystery of a duchess's stolen diamonds." "You should write that down," I said with a smile. "It would make an excellent opening for one of the chronicles you so often disparage." Holmes laughed, a genuine laugh, warm and unguarded. "My dear Watson, if I left the writing to you, I have no doubt you would turn this modest afternoon's work into some grand adventure, complete with dramatic confrontations and narrow escapes." "There's nothing wrong with a bit of dramatic enhancement," I protested, though I was smiling too. "The reading public enjoys a good story, and your cases certainly provide material enough for engaging narratives." "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, "but I maintain that the truth, properly observed and logically analysed, is quite dramatic enough without embellishment. Consider this afternoon. We set out for nothing more than a walk, a simple exercise in observation. And yet, we witnessed genuine human drama. The sailor returning from distant lands, the governess hiding her artistic passion, the old actor still rehearsing his ancient roles, and finally, the street artist's loss and recovery. Each of these small stories contains within it the essential elements of the human condition: hope, fear, passion, perseverance, community." I was struck by the philosophical turn of Holmes's thoughts. He was not often given to such open reflection on the broader meanings of his work, preferring to focus on the immediate, the observable, the logically deducible. But perhaps the afternoon's unusual nature, the leisurely pace, the focus on observation rather than urgent investigation, had opened a contemplative vein in his character. "You have a point," I acknowledged, "and I confess, I've found this afternoon remarkably instructive. Watching you work without the pressure of a serious crime, seeing how your methods apply equally well to small mysteries as to great ones, it's given me a new appreciation for your approach." Mr. Hartley, who had been standing nearby speaking with Pemberton, now approached us with a slightly apologetic expression. "Gentlemen, I must take my leave. My wife will be wondering where I've got to. I left the office hours ago and should have been home for supper long since. But I want to thank you, Mr. Holmes, for allowing me to participate in this investigation. It's been quite the most interesting evening I've had in years. The pleasure was entirely mine, Mr. Hartley, Holmes said, shaking the businessman's hand. You proved yourself a valuable assistant. Your methodical approach to gathering information and your careful note-taking were most helpful. Hartley flushed with pleasure at the compliment, and I could see that he would be dining out on this story for weeks to come. He bid us all farewell and hurried off into the night, his portly figure soon disappearing into the shadows between the lamp-posts. Wickham, too, made his excuses and departed, though not before securing a promise from Holmes that he might be permitted to observe another investigation should the opportunity arise. Holmes agreed, though I suspected he would think twice before extending such an invitation. Holmes generally preferred to work alone, or with only me for company. Finally, it was just the three of us, Holmes, myself, and Pemberton, who was packing up the last of his materials with the careful efficiency of long practice. The plaza had grown quiet now, the last few shops closing their doors, the street vendors all departed. Even the usual traffic had thinned to occasional hansom cabs and late pedestrians. "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes said, "we shall accompany you on your way, if you don't object. Watson and I have had enough excitement for one evening, and I believe we're ready to return to the comforts of Baker Street. Which direction does your route take you?" "Back toward Marylebone, sir. I have a small room there. Nothing fancy, but it's clean and dry, and the landlady is a decent sort." "Marylebone it is, then. We can walk together part of the way." We set off through the quiet streets, the three of us walking abreast where the pavement allowed, falling into single file when we had to make way for other pedestrians. Pemberton carried his pack of art materials with practised ease, despite his age and the stiffness I had observed in his joints. Holmes carried his rolled landscape like a prize, and I carried my walking stick and the pleasant tiredness that comes from an afternoon well spent. The evening had grown distinctly cool now, with that crisp edge to the air that speaks of autumn's march toward winter. I could see my breath misting in the lamplight, and I pulled my coat more closely around me, grateful for its warmth. The streets through which we passed were growing quieter still as we moved away from the commercial districts and into residential areas, where windows glowed with the warm light of homes settling into their evening routines. We spoke little as we walked, comfortable in the silence of companionship. Occasionally, Holmes would point out some detail, an architectural feature of a building, a particularly interesting pattern of ware on a doorstep, a cat watching us from a window ledge. But mostly, we simply walked, each absorbed in our own thoughts about the afternoon's events. When we finally reached the corner where Pemberton would turn off toward his lodgings, he stopped and turned to face us, his weathered face serious in the lamplight. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice thick with emotion once again. "I don't have words adequate to express my gratitude. You've given me more than my 8 shillings back tonight. You've given me back my faith in human kindness and in justice. I'll not forget this, not as long as I live." Holmes looked slightly uncomfortable with this earnest declaration, but his voice was gentle when he replied. "Think nothing of it, Mr. Pemberton. Go home, pay your rent, and continue creating your beautiful art. That will be thanks enough." We shook hands all around, and then Pemberton disappeared into the shadows of the side street, his pack on his back, his step lighter than it had been when we first encountered him. Holmes and I stood for a moment, watching him go, and then turned our own steps homeward. The walk to Baker Street took us perhaps 20 minutes, through streets that grew increasingly familiar as we approached our lodgings. The city had settled into its nighttime rhythms now, quieter than the day, but never truly silent. Somewhere a dog was barking, somewhere else music drifted from an open window, and always there was the distant rumble of traffic from the main thoroughfares, the background hum of London's ceaseless life. As we climbed the familiar steps to 221B, I found myself reflecting on what an unusual day it had been. We had set out with no particular goal in mind, simply to observe, to see the city with fresh eyes, to engage with the normal rather than the criminal. And in the process, we had stumbled upon a small mystery that had engaged all of Holmes's considerable talents, had brought together a small community of helpers and observers, and had resulted in genuine good being done for a deserving soul. Mrs. Hudson met us in the hallway, her face showing relief at our return. "There you are, gentlemen. I was beginning to worry. Supper's been ready this half hour and more. I've kept it warm for you." "Mrs. Hudson, you are a treasure," Holmes said with genuine warmth. "We apologize for the delay. We were detained by an unexpected matter." "Nothing serious, I hope, Mr. Holmes." "Nothing serious at all, Mrs. Hudson. Rather the opposite, in fact. We've had quite a pleasant afternoon." As we climbed the 17 steps to our sitting room, I found myself smiling at the understatement. A pleasant afternoon, indeed, though it had been so much more than that. It had been instructive, illuminating, emotionally satisfying, and ultimately affirming of all that was best in my friend's character and methods. The sitting room welcomed us with its familiar comfort, the warm fire that Mrs. Hudson had kept burning, the gas lamps casting their soft glow, our chairs positioned as always by the hearth. Holmes carefully propped his newly acquired landscape against the wall, where it would remain until he decided on a proper place to display it. And as we settled into our chairs to await Mrs. Hudson's supper, as the warmth of the fire began to thaw the chill from our bones, and the familiar peace of home enfolded us, I knew that this day, this simple, extraordinary day, would remain in my memory as one of the finest I had spent in Holmes's company. Mrs. Hudson's supper proved to be exactly what the evening required: a hearty mutton stew, rich with vegetables and thick with gravy, accompanied by fresh bread still warm from the oven and butter that melted into golden pools on the crust. She had prepared one of her excellent apple tarts for dessert, and as Holmes and I settled at our small dining table, I realized how hungry the afternoon's exertions had made me. We had walked for hours through the London streets, and the mental exercise of the investigation had been as taxing in its way as physical labor. We ate in companionable silence for some time, both of us too occupied with the excellent food to engage in conversation. Mrs. Hudson bustled about, ensuring our glasses were filled and our plates adequately supplied, clucking with satisfaction at our obvious appreciation of her cooking. She was, I reflected, not for the first time, far more than merely a landlady. She had become, over the years, something like family to both of us, particularly to Holmes, who had no other domestic arrangements, and who would have quite neglected his own welfare had she not taken such care of him. It was only after we had finished the main course and were waiting for the tart to be served that Holmes broke the silence, his voice contemplative and tinged with an unusual quality of introspection. "Watson," he said, gazing into the fire that crackled cheerfully in the grate, "I have been thinking about our afternoon and about what it has revealed, not about the mystery itself, which was straightforward enough once the relevant facts were assembled, but about the nature of observation and the value of attending to the ordinary." I set down my wine-glass and gave him my full attention, recognizing that he was in one of those rare moods when he wished to philosophize rather than simply analyze. These moments were precious, for they offered glimpses into the workings of that remarkable mind that usually remained hidden behind his facade of scientific detachment. "I'm listening," I said encouragingly. Holmes leaned back in his chair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic pose. "When I proposed our walk this afternoon, I did so with the notion that I might be neglecting an entire dimension of observation by focusing so exclusively on the criminal, the suspicious, the abnormal. I wondered whether my powers of observation, which I have trained so carefully over the years, might reveal something interesting when applied to the everyday flow of human life." "And did they?" I asked, though I thought I knew the answer. "They did, Watson. They revealed something I should have recognized long ago, but which somehow eluded me in my pursuit of more dramatic mysteries. They revealed that every human being is, in essence, a mystery unto themselves. The sailor from Singapore, carrying his past experiences written in the tan of his skin and the roll of his gait. The governess, harbouring her artistic passion in secret, stealing moments of creative joy from a life of duty. The old actor, unable to abandon his craft even when the stages are closed to him, still rehearsing his roles on street corners for an audience of one. And Pemberton, dear Pemberton, practicing his art on cold pavement, creating beauty from coloured chalks, maintaining his dignity in the face of hardship. Mrs. Hudson arrived with the apple tart, its crust golden and flaking, its filling fragrant with cinnamon and sugar. She served us generous portions and withdrew, leaving us to our conversation. I took a bite. It was delicious, perfectly balanced between sweet and tart. But I kept my attention on Holmes, who was clearly working through some important realization. "Each of these people," Holmes continued, "lives a life as complex and meaningful as any of the dramatic cases that fill our practice. They have their struggles, their passions, their defeats and victories. And yet, because their stories unfold in the realm of the ordinary rather than the criminal, they go largely unobserved by people like me, who have trained ourselves to look for the exceptional." "But you did observe them today," I pointed out. "You saw their stories, read their circumstances, understood their humanity. Isn't that precisely what you set out to do?" "Yes, but here is what strikes me, Watson. I observed them through the same lens I use to observe suspects and criminals. I analyzed, I deduced, I reduced their complex humanity to a series of observable facts and logical conclusions. With the sailor, I noted the evidence of his travels and made deductions about his recent itinerary. With the governess, I identified her secret passion by observing the charcoal stains on her fingers. These are the techniques I use in criminal investigation, applied to innocent people going about their lives." "And is that wrong?" I asked, genuinely curious about where he was leading with this line of thought. Holmes was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke again, His voice carried a note of uncertainty that I rarely heard from him. Not wrong, precisely, but perhaps incomplete. You see, Watson, your approach to people is fundamentally different from mine. You observe them, yes, but you also feel for them, empathize with them, imagine yourself in their circumstances. When you saw Pemberton's distress, your first instinct was compassion. When you spoke with the governess, you genuinely appreciated her artwork, not merely as evidence of her hidden talent, but as something beautiful in its own right. You connect with people on a human level that I struggle with. I was moved by this admission, which represented a rare moment of vulnerability from my usually confident friend. Holmes, you do yourself an injustice. You insisted on paying fair value for Pemberton's artwork. You spoke to the governess with kindness, encouraging her not to hide her talent. You applied your considerable intellect to recovering 8 shillings that would have meant nothing to most men of your standing, but everything to the man who had lost them. These are not the actions of someone who lacks human feeling. Perhaps, Holmes said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. But I wonder sometimes if my methods, my approach to the world, have made me too analytical, too detached from the emotional reality of human experience. I can deduce that Pemberton has rheumatism from the stiffness of his movements. But you, with your medical training and your natural compassion, immediately thought about whether he was in pain, whether there might be some treatment that could ease his suffering. Do you see the difference? I did see it, though I wasn't certain Holmes was correct in characterizing it as a deficiency. We have different gifts, Holmes. You have the ability to see patterns and connections that others miss, to impose order on chaos through logic and observation. I suppose I have the ability to see the human being behind the observable facts, to remember that every mystery involves real people, with real feelings. Neither approach is complete without the other, which is perhaps why we work so well together. Holmes smiled at that, a genuine smile of affection and appreciation. You are too generous in your assessment, Watson, but I thank you for it. And you are quite right. We do complement each other admirably. Your humanity tempers my cold logic, just as my analytical approach sometimes provides structure for your more intuitive understanding of people. Mrs. Hudson reappeared to clear away our plates, and we moved from the table to our customary chairs by the fire. Holmes took up his pipe, and I did the same, and for a time we sat in comfortable silence, smoking and watching the flames dance in the grate. The evening had fully settled over London now, and through our windows I could see the gas lamps glowing in the street below, could hear the muffled sounds of the city's nighttime life continuing its eternal rhythms. It was I who finally broke the silence, giving voice to thoughts that had been forming throughout the afternoon and evening. Holmes, do you remember what you said when we first set out? That you wondered if you had become so focused on the criminal and the suspicious that you had forgotten to observe the normal? I do. Well, I think today demonstrated something important. The skills you've developed, the observation, the deduction, the logical analysis, they apply just as powerfully to ordinary life as they do to criminal investigation. But more than that, they can be used in service of ordinary people, not just wealthy clients who can afford to pay handsomely for your services. The case of Pemberton's lost coin pouch may not make the newspapers, may not add to your reputation or your income, but it mattered. It mattered profoundly to one honest man who was facing a night of worry and a morning of potential homelessness. Holmes turned to look at me, the firelight casting shadows across his angular features, making him look both younger and older than his years. "You're suggesting that I should take on more cases like this one? Small domestic matters, modest mysteries affecting ordinary people. I'm suggesting that there's value in such cases beyond the intellectual exercise they provide. Today, you used your gifts to make a genuine difference in someone's life. How often can we say that about the work we do? Yes, we catch criminals and recover stolen property and solve murders, and that's important work, certainly. But today, you gave a struggling artist his peace of mind, his rent money, his dignity. That's worth something too, isn't it?" Holmes was quiet for a long moment, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, his keen eyes distant as he considered my words. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily, marking the passage of seconds into minutes, and outside I could hear a hansom cab clattering past on the street below. "You make a compelling argument, Watson," he said at last, "and you're quite right, of course. The satisfaction I felt at recovering Pemberton's pouch was as genuine as any I've experienced solving more celebrated cases. Perhaps more so, because the stakes were so immediate and so personal to him. There was something pure about it, a simple problem, a logical solution, a grateful man reunited with his modest earnings. No political complications, no wealthy patrons expecting special treatment, no reporters demanding lurid details for their readers. Just honest work in service of an honest man." "Exactly," I said, pleased that he seemed to be taking my point seriously. "And I think today also demonstrated something else. That observation for its own sake, without the pressure of urgent investigation, can be deeply rewarding. You saw things today that you might have missed if we had been rushing to solve a crime. You noticed the beauty in that governess's sketches, appreciated the dedication of that old actor to his craft, understood the sailor's quiet satisfaction at returning home. These observations enriched your understanding of humanity, didn't they?" "They did," Holmes admitted. "And I confess, Watson, that I found the entire afternoon oddly refreshing. Not just the case itself, though that was engaging enough, but the whole experience of wandering without destination, observing without immediate purpose, allowing the city to reveal itself to us, rather than hunting through it for specific evidence. It was rather like the difference between reading a book straight through and simply opening it at random to see what passage presents itself." I smiled at the analogy, which was very characteristic of Holmes's literary bent. "Then perhaps we should make a habit of such walks, not frequently enough to become routine, but occasionally, whenever you feel that your focus has grown too narrow, or your mind needs a different kind of exercise." "I think that's an excellent suggestion," Holmes said, and I could hear genuine enthusiasm in his voice. "In fact, I'm rather looking forward to our next such expedition, though I confess I hope we don't encounter a mystery on every walk. It rather defeats the purpose of recreational observation if we're constantly solving cases. Knowing you, Holmes, I suspect you'll find mysteries wherever you go. Your mind simply works that way. It can't help but notice inconsistencies, question assumptions, seek explanations. But perhaps that's not such a terrible thing. Perhaps the world needs people like you, who can see the puzzles hidden in plain sight, and who possess the skills to solve them." Holmes laughed softly. "You're determined to turn me into some sort of public servant, aren't you? A consulting detective for the common man, solving the small mysteries that plague ordinary lives." "Would that be so terrible?" I asked, only half joking. No, Holmes said thoughtfully. I don't suppose it would be. In fact, Watson, I think I rather like the idea. Not as my sole occupation, certainly. I would still need the stimulation of more complex cases to truly exercise my faculties. But, as an occasional diversion, a way to ensure that my skills serve more than just the wealthy and the powerful, yes, I think there's merit in that approach. We fell into silence again, both of us lost in our own thoughts as the fire burned lower in the grate and the evening deepened around us. I found myself thinking about the people we had encountered during our walk, the sailor with his tropical tan, the governess with her hidden sketchbook, the actor rehearsing his ancient roles, Pemberton creating beauty on cold pavement, Giuseppe with his street organ and his little monkey. Each of them living their lives, pursuing their passions, facing their struggles with whatever dignity and courage they could muster. Each of them worthy of notice, worthy of respect, worthy of the kind of attention that Holmes, with his remarkable gifts, could provide. And I thought about Holmes himself, this complex, brilliant, sometimes difficult man who was my closest friend and most trusted companion. For all his talk of cold logic and scientific detachment, he possessed a profound sense of justice and a genuine compassion for those who suffered unfairly. He might hide these qualities beneath his analytical exterior, might prefer to speak of intellectual satisfaction rather than emotional fulfillment, but today had revealed the truth. Holmes cared deeply about using his gifts for good, about bringing order to chaos and peace to troubled minds. Holmes, I said, breaking the comfortable silence once more, I want to thank you for today, for suggesting the walk, for allowing me to participate in the investigation, for demonstrating once again why I consider it such an honor to be your friend and colleague. Holmes looked at me with an expression that combined surprise, pleasure, and a touch of embarrassment. My dear Watson, I should be thanking you. You've been my companion through countless cases, my chronicler, my sounding board, my conscience. Today was no different. Your presence made the afternoon more enjoyable. Your observations enriched my own. Your humanity reminded me that behind every mystery are real people with real needs. If I helped Pemberton today, it's in no small part because your example has taught me to see the human element in every case. I was moved by this unexpected speech, which was about as close to a declaration of affection as Holmes was likely to make. We sat in silence for a few moments more, neither of us quite knowing what to say, both of us understanding that something important had been acknowledged between us. The clock struck 10, its chimes clear and melodious in the quiet room. Holmes stirred in his chair and knocked out his pipe in the fireplace. Well, Watson, I think I shall retire. It's been quite a day, and I find myself pleasantly exhausted, a rare state for me, as you know. I think I'll stay up a bit longer, I said. I want to make some notes about today's events while they're still fresh in my mind. You know how I am, always thinking about the next chronicle, the next story to tell. Holmes smiled as he stood and stretched. Do try not to embellish too much, Watson. The truth of what happened today is quite sufficient without adding dramatic confrontations or narrow escapes. I'll do my best, I promised, though we both knew that my version of events would inevitably include more colour and drama than Holmes's strictly factual account would approve. He paused at the door to his bedroom, turning back to look at me. Watson, about those walks we discussed, The recreational observation expeditions. Shall we make it a regular thing? Perhaps once a fortnight or so, weather permitting? I would like that very much, Holmes. Good. Then it's settled. And Watson, thank you. For today, for your friendship, for your patience with my eccentricities. I don't say such things often enough, but I want you to know that I value your companionship more than I can adequately express. And with that, he was gone, disappearing into his bedroom before I could formulate a response. But no response was needed, really. We understood each other, Holmes and I, in ways that transcended words. I sat for a while longer by the dying fire, my notebook open on my lap, my pen poised to record the day's events. But for a few minutes I simply sat and reflected on the extraordinary ordinary day we had shared, the walk through golden autumn light, the observations of everyday humanity, the small mystery solved, the grateful artist reunited with his modest earnings, the deeper understanding achieved between two friends who'd walked many miles together and would, God willing, walk many more. Outside, London continued its eternal dance, the city that never truly slept, the great metropolitan heart that pumped life through millions of souls, each with their own stories, their own mysteries, their own quiet dramas. And somewhere in that vast urban landscape, Albert Pemberton was settling down for the night in his small Marylebone room, his rent money safe, his mind at peace, perhaps thinking gratefully of the two gentlemen who had helped him in his hour of need. I began to write, my pen moving across the page, recording the events of the day as accurately as I could, while still trying to capture the essence of what had made it special. And as I wrote, I felt that familiar satisfaction that comes from preserving something valuable, not just the facts of a case, but the human truth at its heart, the lessons learned, the connections made, the small triumph of justice and kindness in a world that sometimes seems too large and too complicated for individual actions to matter. But they do matter. Today had proven that beyond any doubt. One small mystery solved, one honest man helped, one afternoon of observation and deduction and human connection. It all mattered. It all meant something. And with that thought warming me more surely than the dying fire in the grate, I continued to write late into the London night, recording for posterity the case that would come to be known, in my chronicles, as a stroll down Baker Street, the day Sherlock Holmes discovered that the greatest mysteries are sometimes hidden in plain sight, in the ordinary lives of ordinary people, waiting only for someone with the wisdom to look and the compassion to care.